Okay. Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky. Today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we are going to look at one of the most unique paintings in all of art history. Today we're going to be playing the poker game, or we're going to be painting the poker game by Cassius, Marcellus, Coolidge, or Cash Coolidge, as he liked to call himself. Cash Coolidge, this painting, the poker game, which is a part of the first painting of a series of paintings called Dogs Playing Poker, that has gone down in the annals of art history as one of the most recognizable artworks of all time. By some accounts, one of the most beloved paintings of all time, and by many others in the art world elite as literally one of the worst artworks ever to have been created, and an example of the decline of Western civilization. So, we are going to do our best to recreate this painting. And I've been looking forward to this for a while. This was going to be our April Fool's Day painting, but scheduling didn't allow it for me to break away at that day. So this is the painting we're going to do. This is a relatively complex painting. It's not going to surprise me if 6 hours from now I'm still painting away here. I'm going to try to do it faster, but you know, there's a lot of detail in here. Now, I don't think this is necessarily the most complex painting we've ever done, but or the most difficult painting. It's just time-consuming. Anytime we've got this level of detail, and I'm probably not even going to do all that detail. I'm going to take a lot of stuff out just so I can get it done. But just, you know, be aware that I could be here for a little while. Buckle up and let's get ready. Let's do this. Okay, so this is the plan for today. We're going to get the image onto the canvas. I'll show you how to do that. We're going to stain it. We're going to talk about Cash Coolidge and his biography. We may have to do a bit of underpainting, and then we're going to go back and forth between the background, foreground. And as I said, it won't surprise me if, you know, I started even an hour early today because I knew that I'd be here for a while. You know, it's 3 o'clock Pacific time here. You know, if I'm here by 9 o'clock, it won't surprise me. If you, to help support the channel, and especially if I'm going to be here for so long, I'd be super grateful if you could like the episode, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, and if you found anything of use throughout the show, consider leaving a donation as little as $1 using PayPal. You can use the YouTube Super Chat function, although YouTube takes a 40% cut of whatever you donate. So e-transfer via email, it only costs $1 no matter what you donate. So that's probably your best bet. And you can contact me with my email, which is on my website, or on the Facebook group. I don't put it here, otherwise I would just get spammed by trolls all day long. So let's dive into our first step here. So what we want to do is we want to get this image onto the canvas. So I have already done some legwork for you. We've taken the original painting and I did an outline on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. And let's show you where you can download this template. Oh, I should also mention that there's our private Facebook group. I encourage you to join the group and take a photograph of whatever you make, whether it's dogs playing poker or something else, upload it to the Facebook group, because once a month I go through here and offer feedback. As well, it's a great community of people who are super supportive. A lot of people, probably like yourself, kind of at various different parts of the creative journey. Anyway, there's also a link to a Dropbox folder in the description below, and you'll see at the very top of that Dropbox folder we have our basic resources to get started. And then we've got the next, 100 folders here are for more simple paintings. You'll see that our painting is not listed there. It's under, I think it's way down here. All of these ones are more complex paintings. You know, got Rembrandt and Van Gogh and Leonardo da Vinci and Emily Carr and Sonia Delaunay, Michelangelo, William Blake, and here we are, Cassius, Marcellus, Coolidge, dogs playing poker. And inside that folder we got 3 files. We have the original and then 2 versions of the outline, a JPEG and a PDF, whatever's easier for you to use. So once you've got that, then you can just download it on a computer, print it out on a regular piece of paper, on your inkjet, laser jet, printer, whatever kind of jet you got, potato jet, you can do it. So let's go to here now. So let's tape this down. And actually, I just want to, just out of curiosity, see how straight this is. And these lines here are all intended to be straight. There's not a long enough line. Ah, looks good enough. Good enough for government work, as my grandfather always used to say. Okay, so I got that taped down. Actually, before I should also mention that this is a 9 by 12 sized canvas board, and I've also, it comes pre-gessoed, you know, wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off, and then I put another coat of gesso on it, and then I sand it down so it gets relatively smooth. You could put as many coats on there as you want to get as smooth a surface as you like. But, you know, for me, 1 coat is usually good enough. And once I've got that on there, it just will make it, you know, when you're doing little tiny details, trying to deal with all that texture is a total nuisance. So let's use a new piece today. All right, you can see I often will use the same sheet over and over and over again. I might keep this for an image that doesn't need so much detail. So you can see one side is shiny, one side's not. We want to put the shiny side facing down because that's where the graphite or charcoal is. So this is actually charcoal or graphite paper, my apology, as opposed to the carbon paper on the label, just so that I've used it many times and had to replace it. So there is a ton of detail here, and as I said, I'm gonna kind of remove some of it. So I'm just sort of selectively deciding, okay, what is necessary here? What can I get rid of? Like here, I'll do this one dog and I'll just show you how much I've done and how much I didn't do. Alright, like, you know, I'm keeping it simple here. You know, this painting is also, you know, much bigger in real life, and so it's much easier to do detail when you're working on a larger canvas. So this is going to require some creative license. You know, we'll have to take a few liberties here in order to make it fit on this small 9x12 sized canvas. You know, so things like the details of these cards in this dog's hand here. Well, that's all going to disappear, I'm afraid. You know, it took me maybe an hour and 45 minutes to do the outline on my iPad last night. And obviously I'm not doing all that detail. Oops. I'm not doing all that detail today. You know, there's definitely, you know, when I began doing this series of episodes, you may recall that when I first started, many of the earlier templates were much simpler, which maybe some people prefer. And then as time kind of went on, they did get more complicated because I started taking them more and more seriously, and it was hard for me just to let them go without them being as maybe good as they could be. You know, because I would think to myself, well, if I'm going to do this outline, why not do a reasonably good job of it? And so that explains why the quality of them went up, but there's more details, which may or may not be confusing for some people trying to decide what details to include and what not to include. But hopefully, you know, when you watch me do this, or when you see the final results of the outlining process, you can say to yourself, oh, okay, I can cut out a whole bunch of those little details. I mean, there's even stuff that I'm outlining, I know, that is almost immediately going to get painted in. Or painted over, I mean. But I need to kind of see it there to see, you know, when I'm painting, what needs to be painted and where and all that kind of stuff. Let's see, how are we doing here? This kind of little bookshelf. In the original painting, there's a whole bunch of detail here. So as we go, I'll probably simplify that. You know, this bottle, do I even want to do that? I might just turn this into like a champagne bottle or something. Wonder what this is. Is this like a sack of money up here? Who knows? What major things are missing here that I can't see? Okay, I think I got it all. I feel like there's something major I can't, something is missing here, but... Okay. Tea time. Okay. Let's get set up here for the next step. I'll explain all these colors here in a moment. This little device. Okay, I gotta clean this guy out. Okay, so let's move to the next step here. Okay, so the next step here is to prime the canvas with a little bit of color. And this is a technique artists have been using for 500–600 years called the Imprimatura. It's an Italian word meaning like the first layer of paint or the priming layer of paint. And this is basically a technique that I wouldn't say that many YouTubers or amateur semi-pro artists use today, but it's certainly something we teach in art school. I teach at an arts university here in Vancouver, and you know, most of the great paintings throughout history have used it. You know, maybe not as many these days, but I still think it's super valuable. Anyway, I have just squeezed some paint out onto my palette, and you'll see that I'm using 8 different colors. Actually, technically 7, because I'm going to mix my own black rather than using black from the tube, even though I do have lots of black paint here. So I got 2 tubes of yellow, 2 tubes of red, 2 tubes of blue. Each one is either cool or warm. Every color has a temperature. If you've never heard that before, watch my entire episode on color temperature. It's kind of the foundation of a lot of stuff, not only that I'm doing, but really Western art history in general, as well as white, right? And with those 7 colors, we can mix virtually every color in the visible spectrum. Now, the paint that I'm using are these Amsterdam paints. I'm not sponsored, not paid, not given any free supplies, nothing. I buy them just like you guys. I like this paint a lot. I use these when I teach in person. They're considered to be a student grade paint, but they do well enough. We've made almost 300 paintings using it, and most people would never tell the difference. Now, I'm about to use this Azo Yellow Deep here, and this is the 250 milliliter tube, and I think this was like $14 Canadian, so like $11 American. Now, these are all the paints I'm about to use here. Again, not really oxide black, because I'm not really going to use black. I'm going to make my own. If you want to spend a little bit more money, you could get this tube of paint here, this Cadmium Yellow Dark, which is, I think, about $35. Right? And how much paint is in here? This is 59 milliliters. So it's at least 2 to 3 times the price for about 4 times less paint, but it has a lot more pigment. So it's, technically a better paint. But if you're just beginning, if you're watching me right now, then you're probably just beginning and you're not going to notice any difference. So why spend the money? I think the less money you spend on your art supplies when you're learning, the more free you'll feel about making a mistake. You're like, oh no, that's $30 down the tube. Okay, so here's other paints you could use. Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chromacolor, but not Museum Color, because they put a lot of white, titanium white. They mix this in as filler into that paint. And most student grade paints, you do that anyway, but they do too much. And what that does is it makes it impossible for us to make our black. So if we can't mix my black, then I have to use black, and that kind of defeats one of the reasons why I love this whole system to begin with. And I think it's a valuable lesson to learn how to mix your own black. So anyway, I've got my Azo Yellow Deep here, and I'm going to put some water in here. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic. And that's the generally recommended thing. It's just like, the car dealership tells you should come back here to get your car repaired. Do you have to go to the dealership? No. Do they charge more at the dealership? Yes. Do they know exactly what they're doing? Well, one would hope. It's the same sort of thing when you're painting with acrylic. You don't have to use mediums, matte medium, in lieu of water, but it's certainly recommended. So, it's just like any recipe. You can substitute whatever you want in there, but you're going to get maybe a little bit different results than I get. So if you're also wondering, how come your paintings turn out differently than mine? Or are you using a different brand of paint? Are you using water instead of medium? I have used water, in the first 40 episodes of my Intro to Painting series. I think I used water maybe for the first 20 episodes, because I know that most people do use water. Maybe they've never heard of mediums, or they've seen the whole shelf at the art supply store and wondered, do I really need any of this stuff? I don't remember using this when I was in elementary school. Do I really? And so most people begin without it. So I just wanted to show people you could get started without it, but once you after you kind of get through the initial few paintings, it's like, okay, well, let's upgrade a little bit. Now that we're taking a little bit more seriously, then let's use some better materials. Let's use the proper materials. and I put that in quotes because, again, there aren't any rules when it comes to making art, which is one of the reasons why I love making art. It's, I think, a great place where an adult can play and experiment with relatively low risk, right? I mean, there's other things you can do in life that have really serious consequences if you make a mistake. Painting, I mean, really, honestly, what is the worst thing that could happen if you spent, let's say I spend the next 6 hours working on this painting and I'm not happy with it? Well, I could say I wasted 6 hours of my life. I mean, what else am I going to be doing during those 6 hours of my life that, honestly, I could be watching some garbage show on Netflix that I will never remember, and I won't even remember what it is until 6 weeks later when I'm to put it back on at 11 o'clock at night, and I watch 2 hours, and I think I've seen this before. Right? Here, at least, I get to experiment with colors and play, and I think every time you're making a painting, you're growing, you're learning something, whether you know it or not. So, let's move on to our next step here. So, let's talk a little bit about who Cash Coolidge was. I love that he liked to use the name Cash as his kind of nickname. It's pretty funny. And, I'm not sure how successful he was because of these paintings, how much money he made off of them. So that's something I wasn't able to really find any information about that. So, but let's look in here. So Cassius was born in 1844 and dies in 1934 at age 89. So lived a long life, and I think was one of those guys who did basically a little bit of everything over the course of his life. And, I think that's maybe typical of people in North America, settlers coming from abroad, trying to find their way in the new world and trying to take whatever job is available to build up their fortune, I guess. And so I think he's sort of the same sort of thing. Like, had he been born maybe 50 years later, it wouldn't have surprised me if Coolidge had gone up to the Yukon, to the gold fields up there and tried to strike it rich. Or had he been a little bit younger at this time, maybe he would have been a 49er in San Francisco panning for gold down there, right? So anyway, he's born in Antwerp, New York, which is in New York State, not New York City. And he's born to abolitionist Quaker farmers. So he grows up on a farm and, fairly humble means, to say the least. But, he has this interest in drawing from a young age. He likes painting, probably using very, very simple materials that he might have found on the farm. Like Quakers, are kind of known for being self-sufficient and for, building and creating all their own things. So I'm sure that he was probably inspired by seeing his parents and other people in his community building every single thing from scratch. So it probably taught him that, if we can build a home with our own hands, well, what's a painting? Painting is certainly a lot easier, a lot less difficulty to do, right? It's more manageable. It's like literally kind of, you can hold it in your hands, right? So he, after he moves from home, in his mid-teens, I think he's like 16 or 17, where he leaves the farm. And he sort of kind of goes to New York, Chicago. He's traveling all around and has all sorts of different careers. So a few of the things that he immediately he finds a job as a pharmacist, or a druggist, as they were called in the day. He's painting signs for that business as well as other signs in the neighborhood. And that probably started to show him, like, wow, there's a market for this. You can make a living with a paintbrush. You can make things that people want, and just by the flick of your wrist, right? So I think that goes into his mind. One of the things that he also does is he founds a bank, he founds his own newspaper, he starts drawing the cartoons in the back of the newspaper, and as we'll see here, he's a pretty good illustrator. Let me see, let's go to the wiki art page here. So we can see here's some of his early, well, not even that early illustrations. I mean, this is when he's, what, 33 years old is when he's making these. I love these drawings. I think these are super cool. And, you know, one of the things I've been thinking about doing is doing a master study series on drawing. Probably sometime, maybe around this time next year, is going back from, maybe splitting, doing one painting and then a drawing each week or something like that. But these would definitely be things that I would love to do, right? And these are not really the things that Coolidge is known for. Obviously, the Dogs Playing Poker, that whole series is you know, 18 paintings that made him famous, and to this day they're well known. But I love these drawings. These are super cool. But I do want to come back up to here, because this image shows sort of what his next small enterprise was. So what he started doing was he called these comic foregrounds, which he would paint images on, and this is actually what he submitted as a patent. He actually patented this idea that he would make a big painting on often like a canvas that could be, you know, wrapped up between a couple of poles, and then he could just carry them around on his shoulder, and then he could unravel them, and then he'd have someone kind of stand holding the post and stretch the canvas out taut, and then just like this image, put their head over top, and sometimes there would even be one in behind so that they could kind of stand in between two different paintings, and they would be kind of these silly cartoon images that would, you know, in this case we have somebody here who's like kind of fishing, and so they got these tiny little bodies and their head appears, and then he would photograph it and then make these novelty postcard photographs that people could take home with them. So he would carry these around, and you'd imagine it's a pretty smart little business. You know, if you have a couple of these, you probably would be able to have one on each side, and you just flip them around, depending. You might have one that's like the fisherman, ones that somebody's riding a horse, you know, one that someone is, you know, in a submarine underwater, whatever they are. And you've got your camera equipment on one side, and you just sort of walk around. You go to a state fair, and you give them a couple dimes in order to get inside, and then you set up, or you stand outside on the street corner by a train station, all this, and catch the tourists coming in and out. So, you know, major entrepreneur here we see the developing of this approach. And I think because he's drawing cartoons and these kind of silly images, one of the things that, you know, is kind of popular are these anthropomorphized images of animals doing things. So here we have like a monkey riding a bicycle with a parrot on the handlebars, and you know, this is just 4 years before he paints his first painting, the poker game, which we're going to do today. But already here we have the absurd, surreal type of image that he's going to be known for. So let's just see here. Let's go to... this. So in 1894, he makes this painting, the poker game, and immediately kind of a light bulb goes off for him and other people around. People are like, that is hilarious. What a funny painting. And about 6 years later, in 1903, he's contacted by an advertising company. Let me just get the name correct here. Oops. So he's contacted by Brown and Bigelow, an advertising firm who's kind of noted for making calendars advertised, you know, that might be given away with a box of cigars or, you know, a bottle of whiskey. And so they see his original poker game painting and think like, this is pretty cool. What if we got you to do a whole like calendars worth of these paintings, and then we can sell them, we can give them away to our clients, and you'll make a little bit of money, we'll make some money, they'll be really funny, and boom. So he makes 16 of them as part of the original contract, and ultimately there's 18 in total, including this one and one more he did at the very end. And they've gone down in the annals of history as some of the most recognizable artworks in American art history, or art history in general. There's this is also a very famous one, A Friend in Need. But what's kind of funny about them is sometimes you see these little interactions going, like let's say here's this dog who's sharing a card with this other fellow to get him a flush here, and so they're and this dog seems to be kind of noticing something's up. Everyone's kind of like eyeing something's suspicious. Here we've got another one. This dog is probably just broke, lost all of his money, tips his drink over into the money bucket here. And so obviously these are very silly artworks, and people really, on one level, often I think anyone who has a pet has humanized, given human-like qualities to their dog, whether they're talking to their dog or their cat or their fish or their parrot, asking them, literally having conversations with them, as some of you may be doing right now. So there's that. On that level, I think we can all identify the humor in that. But there's also, it's suggested to be a potentially like a commentary on, the wealthy elite, of them just being, wild animals. That the veil of sophistication is just that, just pure surface, and the cigars and whiskey and fine suits and these sophisticated locations are really nothing but just a thin veil for the animals underneath all of us, right? Or that we are all, very, very, much closer to our animal ancestors than we might like to admit, right? So there's also that level. And then I think it's also just kind of worth just checking in with a couple of other artworks throughout art history that also feature games and card games in particular. So particularly we have a painting by Caravaggio. This is the Card Sharps, which is another. This is a very famous painting that sort of depicts, potentially this person who's about to be ripped off by a couple of schemers here who are playing, hiding cards here. This guy's sneaking behind and looking at the cards and tipping this fellow off as to the right as to what cards this person has. Let's see, I think here's another one here, de la Tour's painting, where we have these women playing cards. Quite famously, around this very same time, Paul Cézanne, the maybe considered to be the grandfather of Cubism and avant-garde painting, made a series of paintings of card players. This is the 5th version here. Let's see, there's a few more here. And these are also some of the most famous paintings by Cézanne. I think, which one? One of them here was purchased for like $120 million just a few years ago. So there's a great deal of appreciation for these card players, and much has been said and written about them. So it's interesting, that these Cézanne paintings are painted almost concurrently at the same time as Cassius Coolidge's painting of the poker game. I don't know if that was something that was particularly in the air in the Western world at the turn of the last century, if card games and poker had become know, like the thing to do at night. I mean, I think it certainly was. People have been playing cards for 1,000 years, but it might have been, you know, something that you would see more and more in saloons. You know, famously, like, you know, every Western movie you ever see, you see some, you know, guy stumbles into through the swinging doors into the bar and approaches the card table, sits down, and somebody gets shot. What was it? Yada yada yada. Somebody gets shot, as Seinfeld would say, right? What's a few other ones here? We looked at the Delatour. This is also considered to be kind of maybe another forerunner of this same sort of Edward Landseer, who we're going to do a painting of his. Who knows when we'll get to it, but it's a very famous painting of you know, a shipwreck in the north, Franklin's expedition. But this also kind of is similar to the dogs playing poker. Here it's this dog that's, you know, laying down the law, its paws here on a law textbook. And so this is, you know, considered to be kind of, you know, maybe not quite as silly as today's painting, but there's the implication that this dog isn't just haphazardly standing on this book, but all the other dogs are gathered around it, and this one is maybe with its paw highlighting a particular legal, you know, law or legal strategy or something, right? What else do I want to mention? A couple other things here. So, you know, shortly after he begins that series of paintings, for Brown and Bigelow, the Dogs Playing Poker series, he gets married. They have a daughter named Marcellus. So he gets married to Gertrude Kimmel, and their daughter Marcella is born. They move to Staten Island, and he passes away at age 89 in 1934. There is a long list here. It might be just worth just showing, you know, like, of all the places that this painting has appeared in pop culture. You have everything from, you know, on the TV show Roseanne, the original version, there was a painting on the wall in the background. In the sitcom Cheers, there was one, which was commented on many times. You know, movies like Police Academy, Hudson Hawk, I remember that. That's a movie from a while back. The Simpsons has appeared in a number of Simpsons episodes. The film Titanic. What are some other ones? The Far Side, you know, that whole cartoon series of Far Side. You can kind of almost see how how the inspiration comes from this particular painting. You know, if anyone hasn't seen The Far Side, oh my goodness, that's epic. I used to own all of the collected Far Side books. You know, the Family Guy. The film Up, right? Where is that in Up? Oh, there's several dogs playing. So not only does the painting itself appear in the background in many different movies, but it's often characters like other dogs or other animals, you know, recreate that scene. So, you know, I'm sure there's got to be a whole bunch of Looney Tunes. Here's Tom and Jerry, Mickey Mouse, all sorts of similar sorts of things. Okay, so anything else I want to mention here? He did all sorts of other illustrations for other books. What's amazing is that Coolidge was self-taught. He might have taken a couple of you know, evening classes here or there, but for the most part, you know, learned and did everything, or he did everything that he was able to do based on things that he was able to pick up on his own, which I think is, you know, absolutely remarkable. We were having a conversation in the previous class just about, like, art school and what you need to be an artist, and I think the long story short is you don't need to go to art school to become an artist. As long as you've got the energy and passion, you can make it happen. There's Pascaline says, I'll be in bed, but I'll watch tomorrow. Han says, how cute. Heidi says, hi, Michael and everyone. This looks so interesting. Happy painting. Paul says, hi, Heidi and Han. I just got home. I'm glad I checked on the YouTube and noticed the time change. Lucky me. Christine is there. Okay, well, let's get moving here then, folks. Let's begin the painting. Okay, so our next step here is to, I think, mix a little bit of a darker color and paint some of these outlines so that we don't get too lost as we go forward here. So to make this underpainting, what I'm going to do is mix basically a black. So I'm going to take my cold blue and my cold yellow and my warm red, and mix this together. I need a little bit more warm red. There we go. Now I'm not mixing a super big batch just yet because I'm not going to need much of it yet, but we are going to use lots of black that we're going to mix ourselves. And I'm also not too concerned about getting this mixture bang on perfect because it's just going to be covered. This is just a placeholder so that I don't lose my place, right? Which is what a placeholder is for. But that's, you know, not bad. It's pretty good. I mean, it's maybe a little bit on the green side of things. So if we want to, I mean, if it's on the green side of things, what that says is we got maybe enough yellow and blue, and we need to balance it out with a little bit more red. I put that red in there, and there you go, gets rid of some of the green. And it can be really hard to see what color this is when you've just got this blob of dark paint. So the easiest way to see what you've got is add a little bit of white. Mix that white into your paint here. And when you do that, it just reveals, you know, it lightens that up and gives you a pretty closer idea. So that's pretty close to the gray. I mean, I'm not going to use gray, but gray is what we would get when we add white to black. And so if it looks a little bit purple, that tells us we got enough red and blue, and we need more yellow, because that's the opposite of purple on the color wheel. If it's a little bit orange or brown, that tells us we got enough red and yellow, we need more blue. Okay. Let's start this process here. So a few things. So I'm being pretty sloppy here because I don't really care about the because everything's going to get covered, so I just want a few of the most important details to survive. almost done here. Okay, I think that's good enough. Zoom back out. So you can see it's just a few places that I feel like I absolutely need to be able to, you know, to recover from any kinds of if I get stuck and I can't figure out where an eye goes, etc. And there's Lolly says, hi everyone. Hi Michael, hope everyone's well. Jackie says, hi everyone, this is my first live class. I'm so excited. I've been doing both the drawing and painting classes and I just love them. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for saying so, Jackie. It's great to have you here during the live stream. Awesome. Okay, so let's blow dry. Okay. Got some new, my cream of Earl Grey tea, which is my favorite. Although you have to kind of drink it in moderation because it's one of those things, you know, it's like anything. You know, I love cheesecake, but you don't want to eat cheesecake every day or you're not going to love cheesecake. So I have this, like, usually only when I'm doing these painting episodes. And I ran out and I finally ordered some more. There you go. Okay. So, what's our next step here? Sandra is there, says, what a treat of a painting. Kathy says, hi everyone, I thought we started at 4 p.m. I am behind. Oops. It's, yes, we do normally start at 4 o'clock. Today, I decided I was going to start at 3, just because this painting is going to take a while, and I'd rather finish before the rest of the world has gone to sleep. So I figured this is probably going to take me about, probably at this point, another 4.5 to 5 hours, just as a heads up, right? Okay. So, the next step here is let's start painting the background. And by the background for this painting, what I really mean is things like, you know, the curtains, the back wall, the light, this wall here, the painting, maybe even the chairs. And I might even start doing, even though technically this is not the background, obviously this is foreground, the closest thing to us, this vase or the whiskey bottle and the bit of the table. And I'll probably consider the dogs themselves to be mostly foreground elements. I think that's just how I'm thinking off the top of my head as I want to approach this painting. So, I mean, I just use those dividers, those titles, as a way of sort of breaking up the episode into chapters, I guess. So, as we look at this here, what should we do first? I think we want to do green, this cooler green, and paint that into the background. And that green is very similar to the green that's on the table as well. So that green also is, we have, it's a cool green, so it's but it's also got, you know, probably a bit of gray in there. So let's start by mixing this paint up. So we'll take our yellow, cool blue, let's mix that together. And we get this super saturated green. Well, that's a little bit too green. We want some that's a little bit more blue. And that's kind of getting into the zone. But we want to darken it down. So let's take some of our black. Oops, I think that was too much. Yeah, way too much. So let's just add a bit more of each color back in. And there is a little bit of white in here as well. So I'll put a bit of white that makes it go a bit more gray. That's pretty close. I'm actually just going to add a little bit more blue here because we're going to be painting directly over a yellow background. So that yellow is going to make this look more green than this, right? Because this is right now just on a white background. We paint this on top of here, it's going to go lighter. And so I'm going to put a little bit more white in there. Let's put a bit more black in there. Remember, this is just our first layer of paint as well. You can already see this is why I put that line there on the wall, so I couldn't see the difference between the different walls. So my goal with this initial layer of paint here is mostly just to fill in the weave and cover up the yellow. So I don't mind painting a little bit over top of the lines. You know, people say color in the lines. I would say when it comes to painting, one strategy is to color outside of the lines, because then you can kind of then paint the other color right up or within the lines, and it'll just sort of cover a little bit, overlap these lines a little bit. Then you're kind of guaranteed to get a really nice seamless quality where there's no gaps between the paint. Now, we have looked at lots of artists who deliberately leave gaps between the paint, the colors, right? You know, probably the most famous artist who did that, not the only artist, obviously, but would be Matisse. Matisse always liked to show us a little bit of the canvas showing through. And you know, it's a little bit, you know, someone would say, you know, it's like he's trying to say, this is a painting. This isn't an illusion. This isn't a secret world. It's all an illusion, including everything else that's besides just this painting. It's all an illusion. Don't be hoodwinked by images. Question everything. Okay, I just want to make sure there's no gaps that I've missed here. And then I'm just going to take this same paint and let's do this. So obviously, you know, I painted all of these drew all the cards, all that kind of stuff on the table, and here they are just going to get completely obliterated. You know, if I wanted, I could have spent more time outlining them and with my underpainting. But you know, I'm gonna have to simplify this painting anyway, just so I can kind of get it done. So, you know, this in some ways is going to be kind of a little bit liberating for me. I can be like, okay, well, let's just take a few of those cards off the table. Let's take a few of those chips off the table. Let's simplify this just so I can get it done. Okay. I'm just going to take the same color. I'm just going to get a little bit more black on it. A lot of this down here is just going to kind of fade out into black anyway, so. Notice how, like, as I'm doing this, I'm kind of pushing the paint in. I'm shoving it into the weave of the canvas. And again, in order to hide a bit of that texture, or to get into the weave of the canvas there. I think that's pretty good for a start. Sandra says this kind of reminds me of the Edward Hopper painting we did. Absolutely. It's you know, similar sort of approach to painting in the weirdest way, for sure. That kind of interlocking shapes. Also, you know, not Coolidge is older, of a previous generation, but you know, another thing is that both, you know, Edward Hopper's Nighthawks painting, which we did, as well as this painting, are obviously some of the most quote-unquote memed paintings of all times. Paintings where that have appeared in pop culture over and over again, often with the central figures being replaced. You know, in this case, dogs with elephants, and, you know, cats and every other kind of animal you can think of. And then in the Nighthawks, with also dogs and cats, but also James Dean and Elvis Presley, Marilyn Monroe as the figures seated at the table. You know what, I'm going to, well, actually, let me see. Do I want to do this lamp? Maybe I'll do the lamp there really quickly. Oops. So I just took my same mixture. I had a little bit of kind of gray and stuff on my paintbrush. I didn't clean it off. I just wiped some of it off because I'm going to be doing another coat of paint on here anyway, so we just need to the most basic mixture. In fact, even though these aren't the right colors up there, I'm just going to cover them up with that paint. Okay, and so I just look around. Is there anywhere else that needs green at the moment? I don't think so. You know, another reason why I like painting the background in first is often a lot of a painting is background. And while it sometimes, I guess, can be more satisfying to get the central image done, like let's say in this case the dogs first, I always find it, then it gives it, first of all, it gives me a few things. One is I get to practice on an area that maybe is less immediately apprehendable. It might not be the first thing people look at, so I can kind of warm up in those areas, right, and kind of get all the nerves and, you know, jitters out of the way in kind of quote-unquote less important areas, although I think they're just as important, but maybe less important for some viewers, for instance. The other thing is we start kind of getting rid of either the white of the canvas, or in this case the yellow, Imprimatura, and that starts to kind of give me a clearer idea of what the colors are actually doing before I start painting in, again, maybe what some people would say the most important parts, so that I can more accurately do those most important parts. It just feels more satisfying for me personally. Like already I'm like, okay, it's starting to come together. Whereas if you can imagine if I spent the next 2 hours just painting these figures, it might feel kind of like, even if I did these perfect, I might feel like, oh man, there's still so much to do, all that background, oh my goodness. And then let's say these didn't turn out so well, you're working on the dogs and you're like, ugh, well, I'm glad I didn't start that background, because look how I've just messed up on the dogs already. Ugh, what a disaster. Whereas, I would argue, let's say I do the background and I kind of get that reasonably done, and I feel pretty good about the background. I'm going to go into painting the dogs and feel a little bit better, more confident painting those dogs. And then let's even say the dogs start going in a direction I'm not so happy with. I'm probably more inclined to feel like, well, I already spent all that time on the background. The background looks great. You know what, let's just see if I can make these dogs work. And maybe just it gives me that extra little motivation, so if I run into problems with the dogs, I'm more likely to want to kind of push through that struggle and see if I can make it work, rather than just be like, ah, let's just go watch Netflix, right? So, Kathy says, I usually can't paint the whole time anyways. I'll be painting more tomorrow. Happy to be here to hear you teach. Thanks, Kathy. Sandra says, yes, I think it's also a similar tone of blue-green lighting in the Nighthawks. Ah, yes. That's very true. Yeah, there is that, the kind of the light that's outside on the sidewalk, I think, has that similar sort of greenish hue. Yeah, interesting. Very clever. Look at you guys. Very smart. Okay, so let's paint let's go to some browns. Let's paint the brown and then these reds of the chairs. So the brown we want to use is a cooler brown. So I'm going to use my cool red. Let's do that right there. Cool red and cool yellow. Give us a cool orange. And then we take some cool blue. And the more blue we put in there, the darker this brown is going to get. So you can see what, again, I always like, rather than just mixing one big batch, I like taking a color and kind of putting it on the fringe there, and then just kind of adding it to it. Because imagine if I did that, I'm like, it's too dark. Okay, well, I got to start the whole thing all over again. Well, here I've got this color, and it's just begun, and if I like it, I've got it, and if I want it darker, well, I can always take more blue and make it darker. And I think we want this one to be a bit more on the yellow side of things, so I'm going to actually just remix this over here. Okay. And again, just going to be several coats of this paint, so and also, since these are curtains, I'm trying to, if there's going to be any texture, I want it to be a vertical texture. I want it, rather than painting diagonally or horizontally, I want these to be vertical lines so that they appear vertical. You know, again, that's a very different color than the final color that we build up to, but we're not there. We're still building to it, right? I'm just going to take this slightly different brown that we mixed. I'm going to put this right here. Now we'll paint like a warmer brown over top of this later on, but since this is going to be so dark, I'm just building this layer up. Let's go over here, same sort of. Got a lot of brown in this painting. You know, and actually, really, the majority of paintings throughout art history are full of brown. Just gonna paint. This is all that wine bottle or spritzer bottle, right, or some kind. Just gonna paint right over that. So again, I'm going to paint another layer, much darker layers of paint over top of all of these. But this, what's kind of nice about having a bit more of a saturated color hiding underneath is, let's say I do want a little bit of a highlight. Well, then I can just leave a little bit of this popping through. Okay. Guess I could have been a little bit more dark green there, right? Okay, just scanning to see. I think it's also a similar tone of blue, green lighting in Nighthawks. I forget the term, the base color. The local color? Is that what you mean? Oh, the lollies right there. Here we go. Look at you guys. What a great little community. Okay. Now, where should we go? Let's do the red. Okay, so let's move into our... I'm going to paint warm red on top of this. Just right out of the tube, which is going to be, you know, very strong color. But again, everything's going to get kind of muted as we go. So rather than just sitting here and trying to mix this color right off the bat, which wouldn't be too difficult, you know, really it's basically a version of this. It's like a kind of a reddish brown with maybe a little bit of black in there. But this is just going to help keep, you know, make it nice and glow. And since there is also other browns nearby, I want kind of a bit of a different base color inside. Okay. Now, oh yeah, I was going to put a little bit of green back into this area here. Well, let's take... I'm going to take this white. Let's take a bit of yellow. I'm going to take the white and cool yellow. And where else can I paint this? Let's put this on the label. Now let's take some of our black. Painting this gray down here. Let's do the same up here. Bit more darker values into here. Okay. Let's get... What else do I want to do while I'm painting away here? There's gray bottles. Let's take this black. I'm going to put some of the same green back in here. Okay. Wow, lots of comments here. Pascal's joined the chat. What does Pascal have to say here? Good morning, everyone. Lolly says the color reminds me a bit of the Tamara de Lampica painting, the auto portrait in a Bugatti. All right, that's true. Yeah, that same green is totally here. Pascal says he was sick in bed. Last 3 days in the dark, no electricity, and on the third day I rose and there was light. Electricity was back, and it was on Easter. So you rose from the dead. What a coincidence, or is it, Pascal? Oh, have a little fire to keep you warm. It's awesome. Looking at your paintings in the dark, how they change, totally. It's interesting. It reminds me. I remember going to one of those Thomas Kinkade stores. When I lived in Los Angeles, there was a Thomas Kinkade gallery in Pasadena, which is just north of downtown LA, and went in there and they give you the whole sales pitch, and they take you into kind of a dark room, or maybe it's the room has lights on, and there's a couple of Thomas Kinkade paintings on the wall, and they sit you down on the couch, and then they start dimming the lights on the painting or in the room. And what's kind of amazing is that the paintings start to kind of glow, there's kind of like a sunset kind of quality. And it's really because Thomas Kinkade is using lots of white in those paintings. As he says, you can never use too much white. Constantly adding white on top of white, because it really gives it kind of this, the light, the available light in the room will reflect off of that white and make it appear brighter. So the dark areas will obviously get dark very quickly, but the light areas are going to reflect whatever's left of the light in the room. And so they have this luminosity that is, really pretty spectacular. I gotta say, I went with another friend of mine. We were both in graduate school at the time, and we're like, man, this Thomas Kinkade has really got something figured out here, right? He's got a whole sales staff, people selling these paintings, and he's got this room that is just made. I'm sure there's a lot of deals get closed in this little environment. Very smart, and people ridicule Thomas Kinkade. People ridicule the Dogs Playing Poker here by Cassius Coolidge, but people are still talking about those artworks long after those artists passed away. So they must have done something right. Pascal says it's great practice to play with lights and shadows. Believe Jesus says hello all. And Believe Jesus says yes, Kinkade is beautiful. Pascal says, oh, look it up, Kinkade, Thomas Kinkade. We did a Thomas Kinkade painting for Christmas a few years ago, and you've probably seen them on the Facebook group because people paint them occasionally again. Christine says, I had one of those I had one of those galleries near me too, and they did the light thing. I love his paintings. That is true. Yeah, it's, yeah. I talked all about Thomas Kinkade when I did the Thomas Kinkade show, so let's keep it to Coolidge here, but, okay, so I think that's maybe good enough for right now. I think we can move on, right? I think. So let's go to our next step. Okay, so we've got the background established. Certainly nowhere near finished, but we've got color in roughly the right places, and also in the big shapes. I haven't gone to any detail whatsoever yet. And I'm going to do the exact same thing with the dogs. We're going to start getting the rough colors in place, And once we do that, we're going to go back to the background, finish the background, hopefully, and then move to the foreground and finish the foreground. Although I think there's probably going to be a bunch of even smaller details like the cards and chips and cigars and all that little stuff. I think that's honestly probably where the majority of our time is going to end up going. Okay, so if we look at the dogs, the next... one of the reasons also of all of the 18 paintings as a part of this Dogs Playing Poker series that Coolidge did, one of the reasons I chose this painting, beyond the fact that it's the first one of the series, is that it's really probably the most simple. It has probably the fewest amount of dogs. Many of the other ones have 5, 6, 8 dogs in there, a larger scene, and the more things we have in there, the more time it takes. But I also thought, like, oh, all these dogs have similar sort of coloring, so we only have to mix that color once rather than individual colors for each different dog. So all of those things, just, you know, when we're dealing with a complex painting, just any way we can kind of make our lives a little bit easier, the better. Now, having said that, even before I start mixing this, you don't have to paint it like I'm doing or the way Coolidge painted it. You could transform these dogs into the colors of the rainbow. You could have a purple, green, blue, and yellow pink dogs, fluorescent orange dog, whatever you want to do, right? As always, you should, you know, if you have a dog at home, you could insert your dog into this painting, or, you know, your dog and your dog's mother and brother and sister and whatever else. You know, you could have your own family members in here. You could put their heads on top of dogs' bodies. I mean, it's infinite what we can do here with painting. Okay. In fact, let's split this back down here. So we're going to take now I'm moving into warm colors because we're going into the foreground. So I'm taking my warm yellow and a bit of warm red. It's kind of mostly a very yellowy, orangey brown here. Oops, I think that's almost too much red. Keep it kind of on the lighter yellowy side of things. And now we're just going to take a little bit of blue. I'm just going to be careful not to do too much. Kind of keep it like this, I think. You know, as I'm painting this, I just think, you know, back in the, like, when Coolidge painted a painting like this, you could imagine, like, today, you know, you wouldn't really get too many people would think too much of it. They'd be like, oh, that's pretty funny. Back in the day, though, something like this would have been really weird. I mean, people would have, I can guarantee you some people would have been like, maybe this guy's lost his mind. I mean, just think about, we looked at Louis Wayne, and Louis Wayne painting cats, doing kind of similar things. There's a great movie about Louis Wayne called The Electric Life of Louis Wayne, starring Benedict Cumberbatch, which came out a couple years ago. Worth seeing for sure. But, you know, doing artwork like this at now we just take it for granted. Yeah, we could have dogs playing poker. We got 100 years of cartoons, Mickey Mouse, and all sorts of stuff. But back in the day, this would have been not even radical, but you definitely be opening yourselves up to the possibility that you could have a family member put you in a hospital, for the mentally insane kind of thing, as they used to call them back in the day. He's like, I'm just kidding around. I'm making a paint. It's just dogs playing poker. Yeah, but that's the product of a sick mind. Who on earth? It's blasphemous to suggest that animals, lowly animals, could do anything like what humans can do. Well, I'm not saying animals are literally going to play poker. It's all a joke. Everybody just relax. Which is why the art of the surrealist painters was, so shocking at the time. Salvador Dali, Rene Magritte, all those artists painting images based on their dreams and things. Really changed the way people looked at this type of stuff. So this feels good. We've been painting, for about an hour, hour and a half, and I've got the majority of the painting now roughly painted in. And, probably, by the time I get this, first pass through the background and foreground done, as I often will say, like, this would be a good place to pause for the day. If you pause. I'm surprised I haven't been dropping lots of puns today. This is like the day for puns. If you've got puns, dad jokes, would be where you'd want to drop them. This would be where you'd want to pause the video, because then you could then go into painting with oil paints if you wanted. Okay. Pascal says, long ago, this would have been people eating potatoes in the dark. Are you thinking about the potato eaters, the Van Gogh? Because that's one thing I was thinking about as I was getting ready for this painting. I was like, it's something about this reminds me of Van Gogh's potato eaters, which we did do, and I think that painting turned out really well. That was one that I was very happy with afterwards. I was like, oh, that's good. That's very satisfying. Okay, next up, let's paint the fur. And maybe even, let's just... take a look at how we want to do the fur. I think how I'm going to do the fur is take some of my warm yellow and white, a little bit of black, and make a bit of a gray here. oops, sorry, it's not on camera. I took my warm yellow, took some white and a little bit of black, and it gives me this kind of grayish color that I can use. And you could say, well, that's not white. This is supposed to be white, isn't it? Well, maybe, but you know, underneath that the white, there's going to be darker hairs, and so this just kind of will help give these dogs, you know, that little bit of the darker hair underneath. And I'm putting it on kind of thin. I want even a little bit of the yellow to kind of come through a bit. So in this paint, I'm applying kind of quite thin. Again, because I want that yellow to be there. You know what, these chips, I'm going to paint them green. Oh, do I have any green that's not dried up yet? Just so that when I paint all the rest of the chips, they're going to be kind of similar color. Not much left of that, but I'm just putting it in there too. Okay. And these cards. Okay. Cool. Got the initial stage here established. believe Jesus says, and to think where we are today. While there are areas of extremism that may have gone in the wrong direction, it was necessary to produce the masters we know as masters today. The goalpost moves. I'm not sure I know what we're talking about there. Pascal says, is there more than one light source in this painting? Not. I mean, I think yes, there is, but it's trying to be the primary light source is ostensibly from above here, but you know, there's probably a little bit more light coming in a few different areas, but for the most part, I think we've got that singular light source. Jackie says, I love the expressions on the face of the dogs. Not sure I can get that right. You know, that is tricky. There is definitely a lot of subtle kind of these looks in between the various different dogs, and that's going to be one of the harder things to do. And I'll even say it's going to be likely that my own painting, the looks are going to be slightly different, and maybe slightly different personalities, which could change the meaning of the interaction between these dogs. You know, if I was painting on a much larger surface, I could get those details a little bit easier, but sometimes, you know, just a little flick of the brush can make, you know, a dog or a person, we might interpret a different kind of expression from that little, you know, one line makes the eyebrows look a little bit more surprised or furrowed, right? Believes Jesus says, I was referring to how these paintings, many others, were seen as extreme during their time. Okay, I see what you mean. Totally. Yeah, I mean, and that's still the case today, right? There's movies that come out and we just think like, whoa, that is, you know, how extreme, and that's wild, and then, you know, like, oh my goodness, the violence in there is just like outrageous, and how could they? And then you watch it 5-10 years ago and you're like, wow, this is pretty tame compared to what's going on in the world right now, like, or what you can see on television these days. Okay, so let's go to the background again. I think we're ready. Okay, so now we've got really the all of that Imprimatura is now covered with paint, and now we want to start fine-tuning the background, and so we can prepare for the central figures in the foreground of the dogs, who happen to be playing poker. So, where should we start? Probably what I'd like to do is start with the backest part, or the furthest part of the background, which is the back wall, and then that way I can put things over top of that. Because let's say if I paint this light and then I paint the background over top, then it might look like some weird thing is happening, like this wall, it might be is over top of the light, or that the wall is over top of the frame, and it's like, or, you know, it's like, what is going on? Right, we really want to use, like, literally, when you overlap something, it makes the thing that's being overlapped appear behind it, right? So literally, if we paint that wall and then paint the curtain over top of it, the curtain will appear to be in front of, on top of that wall. We paint the light after the wall, the light is on top of the wall, the frame is on top of the, right? And like, same thing, the dogs are in front of, on top of the background. And I know that sounds super obvious, but, you know, I would say that the majority of people, when they're painting, don't do that. I mean, it's so that then you have these kind of things where there's that slight little confusion in the mind of the viewers to, like, what's going on here? Nikki says, hello, teacher. Good afternoon. Hi, Nikki. Nice to see you again. So, let's, where should we go? Let's do this wall. I mean, we're not too far off the wall. Too far off the wall. as it is. I think what I want to do is just maybe mix a similar color again, because we've got all this kind of patchy yellow from the Imprimatura coming through. I think I just want something slightly more unified surface. So, as you recall, what we did is we took our warm blue, or sorry, cool blue, and our cool yellow, and we mix these guys together. Let's take some black. And a little bit of white. So right now this is gonna look, you know, in person here. I think on camera it looks pretty much bang on, which is great for me and my ego, but it is a little bit lighter. It's a little bit more saturated, maybe it appears on camera, which I like because I'm going to darken this with some glazing afterwards. So I like that it's a bit more saturated. I mean, I just like more saturated colors anyway. And you can just see how the, you know, this patchiness in the walls just kind of just falls away. Part of that is there's a little bit of white in there. A little bit of white, just it always amazes me how far a little white goes. Same thing with a little bit of black. If you ever put that in your paints, like, it just transforms things so quick. So I'm being careful to remember where that little space is, or the line between the two walls. maybe just before I move on from that, I'm just going to do this again for the foreground here, for the card table. Okay. Just blend this out into the lap there. Got all that. So, it's going to quickly blow. Well, you know what? Maybe before I blow dry, I'll just let that naturally dry. Let's get those curtains. Let's darken those even a bit more. I don't have to wait for anything here. Yeah, this is a bit more on the yellow side of a brown. Kathy says, I'm really testing myself with this detailed painting. Yes, it's a good test. It is a very good test. Okay. Yeah, let's blow dry that now. Okay, you know, one thing I was just the last few days been trying to think. Like, there is something odd about this painting. These, I don't know if you can see them. These diagonal like discolorations here, and on both sides. There's a few other places where I kind of see some. And I was trying to think, like, is that the reflection, like, on the glass under which it was framed? What am I looking at here? And it just occurred to me, I wonder if that's was a curtain or something that he painted there and then painted out. Although it could also be cracks that have been sloppily it could be cracks, but they're also cracked in a particular way. I think, and I could be totally wrong, but it looks to me like maybe there was like a curtain that was painted in there, like a stage curtain, to give it the illusion that maybe we're looking into another world, that we've pulled back the curtains and we're seeing these dogs playing poker. Which might sound kind of silly, but there's a long tradition in art. In fact, you know, arguably the origin of painting features a story, like the Greek quote unquote origin of painting features a curtain, in which in fact, now that I'm saying this, let's see if I can find the original story. Okay, so here's this. This is a famous story that is considered to be kind of like the origin of painting, or like, you know, this is all. It's, I'm sure, just a myth, but according to the Naturalis Historia by Pliny the Elder, Pliny the Elder is like kind of like a great early historian, right? So Pliny the Elder says that Zeus and his contemporary Cassius staged a contest to determine the greater artist. When Zeus unveiled his painting of grapes, they appeared so real that birds flew down to peck at them. But when Cassius whose painting was concealed behind a curtain, asked Zeus to pull the curtain aside. The curtain itself turned out to have been a painted illusion. Phrasius won, and Zeus said, "I have deceived the birds, but Phrasius, you have deceived Zeus." This story was commonly referred to in 18th and 19th century art theory to promote spatial illusion in painting. A similar anecdote says that Zeus once drew a boy holding grapes, and when birds once again tried to peck at them, he was extremely displeased, stating that he must have painted the boy with less skill, since the birds would have feared to approach otherwise. So that's a very famous story, mythal, it's a myth essentially of this famous contest. Let me see. I'm sure there's. Right. So here we have the birds pecking at the grapes here, and here's the artist trying to pull the curtain away, only to realize that the curtain was actually a painting itself. So, that artists for time immemorial, at least the last 2,000 years plus, have been kind of alluding to that story. So I just wonder if there was a curtain here that perhaps Coolidge was suggesting. I don't know. It just seems interesting to me. Okay, let's get back to painting. Now let's darken that background. So I'm going to use my glazing fluid. I'm going to mix a little bit more of my paint here. Let's take my paint, let's get some yellow in. It's a little bit too much yellow. Okay. That there, let's take some of our black, get into the glazing fluid. Let that slowly dry. And just leaving a little bit of just the wall on its own in behind as sort of a little gap, just to help reinforce where the wall separates there, right? Some of these shadows here now. It's super subtle. Let's, oh, maybe, could I do any stuff down here at the front? Maybe while I've got this paint mixed. Okay. Sandra says, from left to right, the doggies are Pascal, Lolly, Paula, and Kathy. And Lolly says, oh my goodness, if I ever caught my dog smoking and gambling, he'd be in big trouble. Pascal says, my dogs smoke too. My bad dogs. Bad dogs. Okay, let's continue here with glazing. Let's get a bit more glazing fluid. Now I could have potentially painted the whole painting and then just used a black to selectively add shadows in here. That could work. The thing is that, just applying black over everything, what it can do is kind of flatten the painting out, versus here kind of adding a black, but it's got a little bit of gray in there. So it's not just pure black. It's a modified version. And it's just going to have more depth, more complexity. And it's possible that, I might later on, towards the end, I might feel like, you know what? I feel something needs to be just a little bit darker. I'm just going to quickly darken it. And I could just use a bit of black just to help aid that along. Okay. Might be that good enough? Do I want to darken it even more up top? Maybe I'll darken it up top later if I feel like I need to. So let's go to the frame and the curtain next. Okay. I just painted the edge of the painting here too, which is something I like to do. blow dry that. Okay, to make more black. Definitely is a bunch of wild animals in the chat tonight, that's for sure. Oh, goodness. Okay. So one thing I'm trying to do is keep the curtains a little bit uneven. Now let's take some of the yellow. Now I could do more of this, but you know what? I think I'm just going to move. I mean, I don't mind how that looks. That's okay for right now. It's potentially going to be something I might want to do more to later, but I want to go to the, whoops, the frame on that side there. So you could also think of like the shape of the light, kind of this bowl-shaped light coming out in this arc here like that, right? So maybe even I went a little high on that. I could lower that back down again and darken the tops. But as far as it concerns like this frame, same sort of thing. We have kind of that light hitting there, and then it's going to, as it comes down, it's darker even further down onto this edge of the frame. this lighter color here. So we need to get even lighter. Maybe put a little highlight on this side here too. Not so sure about that. Okay, but I think that's good enough to move on from there. So I'm just going to clean up some brushes. Let's stick with the brown. We'll get that far bookshelf in here. Okay. So that bookshelf, more brown. Let's take our cool red. Get a bit more red in here. It's a little bit too black. Maybe that's, it's a different kind of brown. I kind of like this bit more of a crimson back here. Okay. I'm just going to mix a bit more of a blue here. Let's take a green. So I'm just kind of playing with a bunch of different browns and stuff here. Just putting in, you know, these basic shapes back here that are they're just shadows basically, right? Maybe while I'm here, I'm just gonna kind of get this chair in. This is just a brown that has a lot more yellow in it. Oops. Let's go over the other side. Okay, leave that. Let's blow dry these things again. Or yeah, let's do that. Actually, maybe just really quickly. Kind of the darker edge of this table. You guys talking about adding different colors into your palette. I mean, if you could do whatever you want to do, obviously. You know, I've taken classes with all sorts of different artists, and I've read lots of different books and seen all sorts of different kinds of palettes. Every artist has a different palette that they like. And some artists will recommend different palettes depending on for different types of things you do. I mean, obviously, you know, I've been focused on doing the split primary palette, which I think, especially if you're a beginner painter, is really useful, because if you can paint using this, like these 8 colors or 7 colors, really, if we mix our own black, I think you can paint anything, because then you understand how to get each of these, get any color using these very simple colors. You know, you can start introducing other things, like Pascal's talking about buying browns rather than mixing your own browns. And sure, that works as well. The one thing I just say is that you have to be careful, because each time you start introducing more and more colors into your palette, first of all, it expands the combinations, the permutations that are possible. So if you're someone who finds this, 6 colors plus white to be overwhelming, and you find it hard to mix the same color twice, well, you add one more color into that, and then you're all of a sudden, the combinations that are possible, if you just think of it as like, let's say your password for your ATM. If you have 4 numbers for your password, and then you add, that's already like a couple million different combinations. You add another number in there, and all of a sudden you have hundreds of millions of combinations. You add another one in there, then you've got, hundreds and hundreds of millions. So the possibilities expand dramatically, and so you have to. I personally, my brain is not big enough to do that. That's what I tried to do 20 years ago. I think I've said the story many times. Is I began when I was in art school. I learned, my teachers like, always use a very simple palette. You don't need to go buy all those colors. And I was like, oh yeah, sure. And I made a bunch of paintings. And then when I graduated, I sold all those paintings. I did really well. And so the first thing I went to the art supply store and bought one of every color. And thinking like, finally, those teachers were wrong this whole time. I'm gonna go. And then for the next year, the quality of the paintings just plummeted. And I couldn't figure out what's going on. It's like, how is this possible? Like, now I have all the colors I could ever want, and now nothing is working. How come I can't get... It doesn't make any sense that the paintings, when I was just, a starving artist, and how on earth can those paintings be better than the paintings I'm making now? And maybe is it just because I was really literally hungry and I'm just like putting everything in there? And then it took like another like 5 or 6 years for me, like just reading about color theory, to realize, oh, it's basically like I just went and bought every spice at the grocery store, and now I'm just like the Mad Chef and the Muppets, just putting every spice in there. And whereas before, it would be sort of like I had salt and pepper and sugar and, I don't know, oregano and cinnamon or something. There's only so many things I can do with that combination, but I could do a lot. But now I've got every single spice possible, and I'm just wondering, why does everything just taste like everything? Every flavor imaginable is in there. And then if I like, oh, I like that kind of flavor, I want to make that stronger. How do I do that? Well, let's just put more of everything in there. And then before you know it, it's just like a big mess and like tasteless, right? So if you're going to introduce another color into your palette, I just strongly encourage you to be careful, especially if you're a beginner painter. Like, if you've been painting for decades and you know what you're doing, you've mastered the split primary palette, then by all means, go ahead. introduce whatever color in there, because you're probably more confident about knowing how to, like, if you know, like, I guess what I would say is, if you're going to introduce another color in there, you should be able to mix that color with your split primary palette, because then you know how, like, because any color you buy in the art supply store, you can mix with this palette. So really the only reason why you'd want to buy extra colors would be so that you can, if you're using the same color over and over and over again, right? So if you are working on a series of paintings and they all have a particular kind of green, and you're like, okay, well, I could mix this same green and I could make a big cauldron of it, or I could just go buy some pre-mixed paints. And then what I would probably try to do is I would try to, I get that new paint and I would try to mix it so I would be very clear as to where it fits on my color wheel, so that it's not just, now I've got a whole bunch of other colors, that I know exactly, maybe let's say it's some kind of a teal. Well, I know that it's probably going to exist in this area with a little bit of white. So, if I'm using it, I know where it is on the palette. Again, if you're doing a ton of portraiture, how do you mix your yellow ochre or your burnt sienna, alizarin crimson, or whatever, anyway, well, that's my rant. I just, I see people talking about buying extra paints and not happy with, with the results. It also can be the results of the original 6 colors that you've bought. Make sure that they're different enough, right? I've probably used the example of, give me 1 sec. I think I showed these on some of the very, very first episodes. But so, for instance, this is I don't know, maybe did this like 5 years ago, and so here this is literally something I created for myself. I made this when I was in Calgary. I flew out there I was commissioned to do some artwork there. And I didn't have my paints because I was in Europe or something, and I flew directly there. And so I got off the airplane, went to an art supply store and bought paint. And then I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to mix these colors, make sure I have the colors I want. I know it because I always tell my students to do that. And I did this, and I was like, look at these purples. Look how boring, like, they're just like really dark, right? Why is that? And it's like, well, one of these colors is wrong, because, and maybe this should be like that, right? Here's my warm blue, and I know warm blue I almost always use an ultramarine blue, so I'm like pretty sure that's the right color. And my warm red, and is pretty close to like an orange. So what it must be, this red, my cool red, is just not cold enough. It's still kind of a warm red. And so I was like, because I'm not getting really very saturated purples. So I got up the next morning and I went and bought a different purple. I went and got a magenta, which is the color that we use now, like a much cooler red. And all of a sudden you can see the dramatic difference between these different purples. Right? Here we've got purples that are basically a brown, and then here we've got purples that are super saturated. And because that one color being a little bit out of whack here, it can end up throwing everything else out of whack. Now, this is not that bad. Like, this is actually very close to like your old master palette, because back in the day they didn't have reds or purples that were that saturated. So, if you're trying to do like your, like Renaissance paintings, even all the way leading up to the Impressionism, like paintings all the way up to maybe 1850, you could use this palette with maybe not even using a cool red at all, right? But if you want to paint more contemporary paintings, or you want to do pop work with, much more saturated purples, then, you could see just that difference. All of a sudden, it just feels like the rest of the colors start to get brighter. So, anyway, just be careful if you're, I think if you're having trouble, that's why I say, like, if you're not happy with the colors or browns or things that you're mixing, maybe first of all, before you go buy an actual brown, is maybe look at your reds, look at your blues, make sure that they're different enough, that they're further, because you can always mix the colors in between them, right? Like, I can mix, like, really, this red here doesn't even exist really in between these two colors. This red is actually more like this, it's kind of exists off the outer rim of the color wheel. Okay, so let's continue on here. Do I want to darken that? Let's look at these side by side. Think about where I'm gonna... I might go back in here and just... Well... I'm going to leave that to the side. Do I want to do the chair next? The chairs. I know I need to come up here, but I'll do that in a moment too. Let's take... And these colors are obviously different here, but it's also wouldn't be too hard. I could just take a bit of a yellow glaze, a cool yellow glaze, and because right now this is a deeper red, a cool red back here. But anyway. Let's go to black with brown. So this is like a really deep purple. Do that on this same, do the same sort of thing, use these same colors. So you might have noticed, like, I painted a few different colors there, and I kept kind of changing and painting over, just because I wasn't happy with it. There was no kind of rhyme or reason. It's just that, you know, rather than just sort of getting upset about, I didn't, just keep on going, try a different color, put that in there, see how that works. If it doesn't work, put a different color in there. Like, there is that bottle there. Like, we'll see as time goes on. Is that something I'm really... Does it really matter if that's there? Will people look at this painting and say, ha, what a failure. Didn't do that bottle. I knew he was a hack. Completely incapable of... You know, it's like, probably not. That's like... It's one of those things where, you know, it becomes one of those, like, what is missing in this picture? Can you spot the difference? color that I just mixed. Put this in here as well. I'm just going to kind of apply the same sort of approach to all of these chairs here. Okay. Okay, let's I'm gonna do these little spots. You know, I could probably have waited till closer to the end to do little details like this, and that might be smart. I mean, we'll see how this evolves. But I think, you know, just sometimes it's satisfying just to kind of get something a little bit more finished, and then you feel like, oh, it's coming together. Just a matter of time. But there is a bit of a voice in my head saying, oh, Michael, I don't know. What if, like, you gotta do some touch-ups here and there, and then you're gonna have to try to mix that color again and paint this. You're like, oh, it could be a bit of a problem. I think maybe I'd be well served to do the light. And then I think, well, I guess I should do the chairs, the red of the chair, shouldn't I? Maybe I'll do that first. Should I? Yeah, let's do that. So these chairs, what we had is a warm red. And I'm going to take a bit of warm blue. And a little bit of warm yellow. So now I've got, you know, I basically, by putting yellow and blue in here, I kind of turn this into a brown, but it's, you know, still very, very red. You know, and again, you can see how closely this approximates that color, right? That I bought thinking this was my cool red, and it was just not really very cool at all. It was more like a deep brown. Or not a deep brown, a little bit of a brown quality in there. Well, you can see that. Just leaving a little bit of a border around the edge there. Okay, let's blow dry that. I'm going to take this color, let's make it even deeper, darker. These little buttons on the cushions in. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay. My goodness. Okay, let's just move on. Let's let that dry before I keep fiddling with it. Sometimes that's what you do. You make them little boo-boo. Just let it dry, and then we'll come back and fix it. Picking at it, it's not going to make it any better. Moving that button down. It's a little bit too high. Okay, let's blow dry all this. Oops. Okay, let's blow dry all that again. First of all, you guys talking about all that food is making me very hungry. And then now talking, I like the idea of putting, you know, if you identify with one of these dogs, is making yourself the winner, giving yourself the most chips. That is pretty funny too. That's great. I like that. Okay. So now I'm going to go in and start darkening even more. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to take this and also just brush this color over the bookshelf back here. There we go. That just mutes that even further. Cool. Still lots to do, but you know, if you really think about it, like what we've done here is we're probably like, you know, at least halfway done the painting. And once we get that done, then a lot of the rest of it's going to start tumbling into place. So, you know, it's, you know, you look at it and think, ah, there's still so much to do. Well, yeah, but we've also, oops. Yeah, there's still lots to do, but we've also done a lot, right? So, you know, it reminds me, I walked the Camino de Santiago in Spain like almost 10 years ago now. Oh my goodness. And that's one of those experiences where, you know, you're walking for hundreds of kilometers, and there's definitely times where you feel like, am I actually getting anywhere? It feels like I'm just, it feels almost like the end just keeps getting further away. And then it's, in those times, it's helpful just to kind of take out your map and then look, and you're like, oh, wow, I was there, and now I'm here, and now I got to get, so I'm actually halfway. And it sounds so obvious, but it's one of those things that just, at least, I don't know, I found myself thinking about that all the time. Like, there's times you're just like, oh, I still have to walk past those two mountains way off in the horizon. Oh, it's so far away. But then you look back and you're like, oh, where I started was past the farthest mountain, farthest in the distance. Okay, so I just have to do what I've done already. I just need to do it again. So let's do the light. I might even wait for. There's no hurry to do the image and the. You know, and you could also do something very funny in that in this space here. You could, I don't know, you could do the Mona Lisa. You could do a cat painting, or a dog eating a cat, or chasing a cat. I mean, I'm sure you could do a cat as or a dog as a clown. Who knows? Put your own self-portrait in there. In the original, it's like some sort of, looks like to me like a seascape of some kind. But again, you know, like that, there's something, because you could see, it's like, I don't know if those were the cracks that came right through here. Like, is this paint, this gray, is that actually, was that on the original, or is that an attempt to fix these cracks? So you could almost see these like stripes or something running right through that painting. I don't know, it's so bizarre. And you know, one of the sad things about a painting like this is, because it's been so dismissed and ridiculed by the art intelligentsia, it's not like there's people devoting themselves to writing PhD theses and texts, looking into it and x-raying it. This painting did sell for $568,000 in 2015. So it's there's people out there who like it, and you know, it's funny. As I was putting together this episode, there was an article talking about how I think the Chrysler Museum of Art or something the director made a joke about how they're trying to purchase the dogs playing poker for their collection, and it turned out to be an April Fool's joke. And I think like, oh, like there's something so elitist about that. about like, just kidding, we wouldn't dare collect this garbage piece of kitsch, right? It has no place next to our real art. Like, really? You probably, your number of visitors, admissions would probably double if you had paintings like this there. And what exactly about this is so ridiculous that the very thought of buying it for your collection is the funniest thing you can think of for an April Fool's Day joke. I think, you know, it's to me just speaks volumes that, you know, that is considered to be like the funniest thing that someone could possibly imagine. Anyway. Let's mix doing the light up here. Am I happy? In fact, I might, before I paint this, and I think I've got that color pretty close. I think what I do want to do is the light inside. That light inside, I originally painted white with some cool yellow. Oops. I'm just going to do that again. I mean, obviously, I find this painting worthy of being studied and replicated and examined closely. I don't think there's... Yeah, is it funny? Sure. Is it a little bit kitschy? Sure. Is there anything wrong with that? No. I mean, for some people, and for many years, really, this painting was literally held up as like the example of the worst aspects of art and of kitsch, which we didn't really talk about, but what kitsch is. But it really, kitsch, you know, its origin it's a German word. Kitsch means, in fact, let's take a moment to, we can't talk about this painting without literally talking about kitsch. Okay. So kitsch here is defined as a term applied to art and design that is perceived as naive imitation, overly eccentric, gratuitous, or of banal taste. The modern avant-garde traditionally opposed kitsch for its melodramatic tendencies, its superficial relationship with the human condition, and its naturalistic standards of beauty. In the first half of the 20th century, kitsch was used in reference to mass-produced pop-cultural objects that lacked the conceptual depth of fine art. However, since the emergence of pop art in the 1950s, kitsch has taken on newfound highbrow appeal, often wielded in knowingly ironic, humorous, or earnest manners. So, and literally, I just noticed that, this well, not this exact painting, but one of the other paintings of this same series by Cassius Coolidge is the first example of kitsch art. I mean, that says it right there, how this painting has been perceived in the past. It's interesting that it's juxtaposed here with this sculpture by Jeff Koons, Puppy from 2010, which is been reproduced all over the place. I saw this painting at the Guggenheim Bilbao in Spain, and that sculpture, I'm sure, was purchased by the Guggenheim for, I don't know, maybe $20-30 million right out of the studio of Jeff Koons. Jeff Koons, considered to be one of the leading contemporary artists, although himself is not immune to criticism from the art establishment, but and Jeff Koons really plays with the idea of kitsch. But the kitsch is, it's when people ridicule like Celine Dion and say that she's just like a hack, and there's really, it's just pure, it's very overly emotional, and the fact that people go to those concerts and cry, and they, listening to the Titanic soundtrack, how embarrassing. And so that is also considered to be a type of kitsch. However, and I just want to paint this, I might have recommended a great book about the same thing, specifically about Celine Dion in the past, which had a huge impact on me. And my thinking about art. I just think all of it comes down to just elitist snobbery, as far as I'm concerned. And, I'm part of the art establishment myself. I teach at arguably the best university in the country, and I've exhibited in museums around the world, and but I do have a disdain for the gatekeepers of the art world that I think really inhibit the expression of maybe people that haven't gone to some of the great universities and art schools that I myself have gone to. Right? I don't see that. I think there should be. I believe in a much more democratic world and art. I would like to see more voices as part of the discussion of art, and than currently is and has been historically. There should be way more women, people of color, sexual orientations, ages. I mean, it seems like, there's way too many, still to this day, too many white middle class, upper middle class, or upper class white men telling us what is beautiful, and I think there's a lot of other people on the planet. Anyway, let me. I wanted to share that book. Oh yeah, okay, great. Here we are. So this book, Let's Talk About Love, A Journey to the End of Taste. I love this book. I actually took this book with me. I got it from the library. And when I did a project 10 years ago, almost to the day actually, where I went up to the North Pole, like, yeah, the literal North Pole of Earth. I went up there and I brought this book with me. It was in my backpack. And I read this book cover to cover several times, and I think it was like the perfect book for that journey. This book, basically, the author starts out by talking about how I think they were assigned by some music magazine to write about Celine Dion, and it was all going to be about, not a hit piece, but ridiculing the fans. Like, I think they were going to go to a Celine Dion concert, interview a whole bunch of people, and make fun of them the whole time. And they went there and went to the concert and noticed, like, everyone is just, like, in tears, crying, and so passionate. And it's like, what is going on here? Like, and they even start feeling some of the emotions themselves, and it's like, this isn't, and start writing a different text than the one that they were planning on writing about. And then I think they started wanting to, like, figure out, what is it that everyone sees? Why is this so popular? Is this such a stupid, ridiculous thing after all? And I just think it's brilliant. Basically, by the end, the author is like, I would say I'm a Celine Dion fan, but I have a huge amount of respect for her as an artist, and a great deal of appreciation for. I can understand why people like her music so much. So I highly recommend. What is this? Curtains? No. Anyway, this is probably a perfect book to read in companion to this painting we're working on, because it's similar sort of thing. The rejection that people have towards Celine Dion is the similar sort of snobbish rejection people have towards dogs playing poker, or lots of pop music. I mean, even just a few years ago, people were ridiculing Taylor Swift and Miley Cyrus, and now even the people who were the most fierce detractors find themselves probably playing some of those songs on their streaming devices back at home, whether they admit to it or not. Right? So there's a lot of catchy songs that those artists have. So, yeah, anyway, highly recommend that. Let's get back to this painting here. It's interesting how notions of taste also change over the years, and how, stuff that people dismissed comes sort of roaring back into favor later on. Actually, let's do this with cold red. So I might touch that up, or I might even darken it later on. We'll see. And I could even see myself adding more white inside here, especially towards the center, but let's wait before we do that. Okay, I think I'm ready to go to this next part here. Tackle the dogs, finally, properly. Maybe I'm just going to blow dry this real quick. Okay, so now let's. I feel really happy with the way the background's unfolding. Again, I haven't forgotten about some of the details in the background. I just think I want to now tackle the dogs, because once I get the dogs in, then I think there'll be just a lot of little details, and those little details could take me a while to do, depending on how many I want to do. But potentially they could just be sitting around the table smoking cigars and get rid of the cards. I mean, I won't do that, but you could see how you could really play here. So, what should we do next? I want to do some fur here. I think I want to do the golden brown fur first. And then we'll do the white, because it looks like there's a bunch of white overlapping. And we might kind of do back and forth a few times. So, we mixed this before. This is our warm yellow. My apologies. My warm yellow. I'm just going to, starting to dry up here. A little bit of red, even that was a little bit much. And you know what, maybe I might just, first of all, just take this just like that and quickly go over top of everything. Just clean up the parts that were a little bit dry and transparent. And that feels good. It feels like now there's a more solidity already. Okay. Just blow dry that. There's 8 says, "What's up, Mark?" You mean Mike, right? Or Michael. "Just came to check in. Been following your beginner's drawing course. Thanks for the effort you put in." You're very welcome. I appreciate it. Thanks for saying hello. It's cool to see some of our drawers pop into the painting episodes. Okay, let's just mix that again, just making it darker. And I cleaned that brush even though I'm making the same color, just because these colors are starting to get a little bit ragged and dry. My studio's starting to get a little bit warmer. It's starting to warm up in this part of the world. So, and I've got a fan on, and that fan is probably drying things faster than they have in the past, any time in the past few months, right? So, might even just take a bit of a leap over here and just get a darker, take my black, and I think I'm just going to do a little bit of detailing so that I don't lose any features here. It's almost like doing a little bit of another bit of underpainting. I'm starting to see the sun go down. Well, I'm happy that I'm at this point with the sun going down then. And I could be, had I began even an hour later, right? You guys are funny in the chat there. My goodness. What a bunch of characters. Okay, so let's take this and Continue to build this up a bit. Oops. So I just went with like my darkest, well, not my darkest, but just a darker color, almost a little bit on the greenish side of things. And you know what? Let's take a bit more black. Let's speed this whole process up a bit. So I just took some black, mixed this in here with my glazing fluid. So I can afford to be pretty lazy with these marks right here because I'm going to be covering them with other marks, and it's just going to be kind of... So this is just... Your initial bit of fur doesn't have to be all that precise. I will say this brush, what's happening to me here is exactly what we expect from a cheaper brush. So I got this brush for $5 at Michael's, and it's a synthetic brush, and this kind of brush works well if we're just doing, you know, little details, and we're dipping a little bit of paint onto our brush. But when we're trying to do repetitive things like this, it's almost like after every 2 brush strokes, I kind of want to dip my brush back in the paint, because it's not holding paint very well. More expensive brushes the paint literally is held onto on the bristles of the brush longer, and I can, you know, if I had like a sable brush, horsehair brush, you know, that might cost $40-50, right? I might be able to get paint on my brush and paint a dozen or more of these little lines before I have to actually dip my brush back into the paint, because of the unique properties of those more expensive brushes. You know, you might say, that's ridiculous. What kind of idiot would spend $50 on a paintbrush? Well, you know, if you're making paintings all the time, spending money on better brushes makes a lot of sense. It's like, just like anything, you know, there's you know, you can buy cheap knives at IKEA, and you're like, what kind of idiot would spend $200 on a chef's knife when you can buy one you can buy 10 of them at IKEA for, I don't know, $20. It's like, okay, well, the ones at IKEA are going to be dull after, you know, a month, and then you're going to have to buy more of them. So, you know, yeah, it costs a little more up front. You know, if you spend $50 on one paintbrush, that brush will last for the rest of your life. I mean, depending on how hard you are on your brushes, but I'm going to go the opposite way now. Ah, there's Sanju says hello. Oh, that's so cool. Sanju says, without Michael, I would never have been able to do this. Wow, that's so cool. Thanks so much for saying that. That's great, Sanju. I hope this channel remains free. Each video I'm learning new things. That's awesome. And like Kathy says, me too, Sanju. As long as people donate to help if they can, a truly committed artist. I love you guys. So lovely. What a group, a wonderful group of people. You guys have brought such positive energy into my life. I really appreciate it. Oops, sorry. A little bit too far backed out. So let's... So I'm going to paint with some gray. And I'm just going to put a little bit of fluid in there. I have to put... I have a big jar of glazing fluid that I have to add to this here, like I did the other day with my matte medium. I'm just, I guess, I was hoping I'd be able to get through the entire episode so I wouldn't have to spend any time on camera doing it, but that may not be possible. Okay, let's go all the way to this side. So really what we want to do is just create the illusion of individual hairs. And so kind of painting little brush strokes and leaving little gaps in between, at least at this stage. And so this is kind of like a medium middle value. I'm slowly building up to, I'm going to go in both directions. I'll get a little bit darker and then also go lighter, because the lighter stuff will probably be on the very top, right? Because the darker hairs are going to be kind of inside. I mean, besides the ones that are on, you know, the underside of the body or the opposite side of the body, there's going to be dark hairs that are kind of covered underneath the lighter hairs. So what we'll do next is we'll go dark, and then we'll kind of finish with the lighter white hairs on the very top. Okay, I'm gonna get a little bit of take this, maybe the same color, get a little bit of red. And where's this white? Added a little bit of yellow in there just to give a slightly peachier quality. I'm about to paint the tongues. Of those noses. Everyone's talking about the music. Let me see if I can find. So this here is the webpage to my friend Sam Davidson, who did the music that you're hearing in the background. His kind of alter ego is called Skim Milk. Here's skimmilkofficial.bandcamp.com. I'm working on the album art for a new record that he's just finished, but I've done all I've done album art for most of these records, and I designed the logo for his band as well. You'll probably hear if some of these songs are, I think, off of this album. Probably most of them are actually off these two albums. Some of these covers are so weird. This is a great album too. I love this one, Ghosts of Jazz. These are great. So if you like that music and you want to support another great artist, maybe in lieu of giving a donation to me this week, you could download one of these records off of Sam. I don't think he has any of the actual albums left anymore. So look at that. Can you buy all of the albums for 21 bucks? Wow. Get all 7 releases. Wow, for 21 bucks. That's great. If you can. Anyway, highly recommend my friend Sam. He's the bomb. I love Sam. We've collaborated many times. Okay. Slowly getting there. Slowly. Okay. We're gonna go a little faster, Michael. Come on. I'm gonna take my black here and mix it into my glazing fluid. Oops. I don't know about this paintbrush. I'm going to go to a different brush. I was really gung-ho on that one for last couple paintings, but come on. Do I have another small brush around here? I'll go back to this one. This is also, you know, because this painting is so detailed, part of the problem is the texture of the canvas really becomes an issue. Like, rather than being able to do nice brush strokes that just glide over the surface, these brush strokes just sort of get caught on the edge of the texture of the canvas. Which is one of the reasons I'm painting my graphic novel on paper, so that I have really good level of accuracy. honestly, I can't even imagine trying to do this painting on a canvas that hasn't been gessoed and sanded. You know, now I just thinking about this would just be so. I mean, this is a gessoed, sanded canvas, and it's causing me a bit of grief. Like, holy smokes, if you know, this would be really tricky without even doing this at all. Without that little bit of a bonus to help. Sanders says, I've been using canvas panels from Blick. That is very smart. Right, so canvas panels, as opposed to canvas boards, well, it depends. Panels can just, instead of, or this has a fabric canvas stretched over probably a piece of cardboard, or really, thin piece of wood, perhaps. As opposed to painting directly onto a wood panel. And a wood panel is nice because you can sand that and get it as thin or as smooth as you want it to be, and that can make your life much easier. Sanders says, Michael, I feel like even when I do like 3 layers of gesso, you can still see the texture of the canvas. You may want to, like what I do is I put a little bit of water in the gesso, like maybe like 10%, and I give it a good shake, and then that way that it'll try to get into some of the weave of the canvas. It is an art prepping canvases. I used to do that. I used to work for an artist down in LA called James Hayward, who's still around. I think he's got to be getting up there in age now. He was this crazy cowboy painter who lived out in Moore Park, which is like, I don't know, 45-minute, hour-long drive east of, or no, northwest of LA. And I used to drive up there on Saturday mornings and spend the whole day stretching canvases with him and gessoing canvases and helping him prep his materials, which I think that's one of the best learning experiences you can get, is working with another artist, which is, that's how artists traditionally used to learn, is you'd have that master apprentice program, and you'd work alongside someone for literally years, if not decades, slowly figuring out their process, learning every detail of how they work, until eventually you've got it down to where you can go off and start your own studio. And it's kind of a shame that art school isn't still like that. That there should be. I think there should be sort of like, artists set up like an art studio in every school, and you'd have guest artists come in and just work there for a year or two, and You know, it's interesting. You see that a lot more in Indigenous art here in Canada, where you have like some of the great artists who are carving, great carvers who are, you know, doing totem poles and such. Often they have young artists apprenticing with them, working side by side on their work. Most of my paint has started to really dry up. I mean, I've been painting for like 5 hours. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so here's just pure white and my glazing medium just to make it a little thinner. Let's go. In fact, I'm just going to blow dry all this real quick. I just look at Pascaline says, anyone know of the work of Odilon Redon? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would like to one day I'll get around to doing some of those paintings. Oops. Um, So I'm probably going to do a couple of layers of this white progressively, because this white's got glazing fluid in it, so it's going to be a little bit transparent. You can already see it as it dries, it starts to kind of fade a little bit. So the mouse just ran above my head somewhere in the ceiling. That's gross. So you can see, like, slowly this starts to work. It just takes time and patience. Which is what's also just very funny to me, to hear people like be so dismissive about a painting like this. It's like, well, have you ever tried to make a painting like this before? And if you really think it's, you know, so simple, then let's see you do it yourself, right? Even in abstract paintings, you know, you hear people, kid could do that, so that's a garbage painting. Okay, well, let's see your version, and we'll hold them side by side, and we'll, and if you can pull it off, then absolutely. If not, then we'll burn you at the stake. What's nice is, like, because I'm using this glazing fluid, you know, I paint a little bit and it kind of fades onto the, or into the grays that are below it. And I can just keep on adding more white, and it'll lighten up areas, but also sort of act a little bit like a gray. I'm also just thinking, Sandra, talking about sanding, applying all these coats of gesso and continuing to sand. You know, if you really don't like painting on, if you find that it's just driving you bonkers, then just try painting on actual wood panels. Like, you can buy those and you can sand those down, and you'll get a super smooth surface. I've done that. In fact, I've got a whole stack. I might have shown them before. I haven't used them in a while, but one thing I used to do is I would go to like a good hardware, a good wood supply place. I'm trying. When I used to live in LA, I used to run my own carpentry business. And where did we get wood at? I'm just thinking because Sandra lives in LA. Where did we go? But anyway, you can go and I would buy like these sheets of really high quality plywood. And sometimes I would buy like Luan. Luan is the kind of material that you use for like a door. You buy Luan and it's just like super thin plywood. And sometimes I would get them just to literally cut the wood for me into little squares or rectangles or whatever size you want. And then I just gesso those, and then I have like, still to this day, probably hundreds of these little rectangular pieces. Because often when I do it, I'm like, okay, let's just make hundreds of these things. I don't ever want to have to do this again. Okay. So slowly getting there. You know, the white is starting to look good. It's starting to look like furry fur. Furry fur. Lisa says, so true, Michael. I recently tried to paint an abstract painting and it was hard. I totally agree. I think, abstract painting, again, is one of those things that, because it's so misunderstood, there is that, that age-old thing, oh, my kid could do that. When I was in art college, I went through a period of time where I wanted to try to make abstract paintings. And not only did I find it hard, I found it, like, existentially terrifying. Because it's like, what are the rules? Like, if you're painting someone's face, it's like, okay, well, the rules are I got to make it look like that person's face. Straightforward, right? At least it seems that way, right? But if you're doing abstract painting, you could do anything, and I don't know. I just found like it was like descending into madness, or it's just like, where are the rules? What are the rules? Or should I have rules? And then you start questioning everything in life, and you understand why certain artists like Mark Rothko and Jackson Pollock and all of the great abstract expressionist painters, some of them, they became alcoholics, committed suicide, because it's like, if you really go there, you really fully commit to it, it's kind of scary. Like your mind just, if there's nothing tangible to hold on to, like how do you stay sane? And I could only do it for so long. And I know some people just like, that's crazy. It's just, splatters of paint on a canvas. Sure. I think it's way more than that, but I understand why people might feel that way. You really commit to it, it's pretty wild. And I think there's different people have different temperaments, and some people are maybe it was a different time in my life that I was doing that. Like now, I love meditation. I'm a super big believer in meditation. If you'd asked me even 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I would have thought you were crazy. And it's funny because I teach my students at university. I'll just be like, okay, I just want to give you a little bit of a tip. This is something I found super useful. They're just like, oh, goodness. This is what my mom does. Oh, give me a break. I'm like, all right, do with it what you will. I'm just teaching you something that I wish I knew when I was 20, 19 or so. I know you're not gonna use this for another 20 years until you need it, but anyway, meditation is sort of like, you're allowing your mind to go into into this fully abstract place, and it just was not something I think I would have allowed myself. Yeah. I'm starting to get pretty impatient here. I'm kind of speeding up. And I'm going on 6 hours here, so. And I said at the very beginning, it's probably how long it's going to take, but. And I've still got at least a couple more hours to go here, so. Yeah. Because I gotta do all those poker chips and things, and that's gonna take time. So if you're watching thinking like, oh yeah, it'll be done any minute. Well, that would be nice. But not gonna that. Okay, I want to go the opposite direction here before I lose my mind. Let's get some white. let's get some more. I need to make some more black, don't I? Oh my goodness. There's the Reaper. Whoa. Good evening, Professor. Believe Jesus, I enjoy watching you because you are not an abstract artist, ironically. Well, I have done classes on abstract painting as part of this series, so you know, I would encourage people to challenge themselves by trying those styles and seeing if they can, what they can do. You know, and some of the abstract paintings we've done, I think, are some of my favorite ones that we've done. And I know some of them are, you know, don't have the highest amount of views because some people just think it's so silly. But, you know, I don't know. I think it's, you never know unless you try it. You might find yourself falling in love with abstract painting once you get your feet a little bit wet. Of course, that's not on camera. So much of this paint is just seized up. It's I think I might, let's do a glaze with black and just quickly darken the darks. same on this side here. It's funny, that looks a little bit purple on camera, but it's not really that purple at all. I mean, maybe it's a bit purple, but definitely the camera's bringing out that color. Tempura says, I'm not gonna lie, Markowski's color palette is making me hungry. Believe Jesus says, I actually paint in abstract. That's why I said it was ironic. First time I saw you did a Mark did a Mark Rothko. Awesome. Yes, you have a great array of different styles. Kudos. That's so interesting. Yeah, definitely. I just find it really fun. I mean, I began just doing these during the pandemic, or at the beginning of the pandemic, to complete painting classes I was already doing, and then just kind of evolved into this, and kind of by accident. But I find it really fascinating to just, you know, spend a day or two with an artist and try to really figure out their process. And Okay. Whew. I think I need to take a break from the dogs and work on a few other things here that we still have yet to do. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Paul says, Michael, can we do the table tomorrow or another time? Thanks. Sure, you could do the table anytime you want. I'm going to keep working on the painting until it's done. You don't have to stay here with me. I appreciate the your company, but I only have, times like this to work, so I'm just going to continue working. But if you have to leave, feel free to sign off, and the video is being recorded, and you can watch it whenever it's convenient for you. Okay. Maybe I'm going to do this painting back there now. Okay, let's take some of this gray. Let's take a bit of... Okay, what do we have here? We got some kind of... Let's go darker. It's a little bit too dark. some of this brown. Let's take some green. It's a little too bright, obviously, but glaze that, darken that eventually. Sorry, I was just touching up that top lamp there. Okay. So I've been here for 6 hours and 20 minutes, painting away. Doing a little bit of chatting here and there. Let's still keep going. Let's move on to some cards now, I think. It's finally the time. Oops. Okay, so let's take our white. One set of cards. over top of some of those. Okay. Oh my goodness, going on 6.5 hours. Woo! So I'm painting all the chips white, so it'll make it much easier to paint the red and blue. If they're white, they'll pop off the table a little bit more. Okay. Let's do the bottle now. Let's go to some yellow, or blue, a little bit of black, a little bit more blue. Ooh, my hands are starting to get a little sore. Okay, I'm going to blow dry all of this here. Let's get the lip of this glass. This glass, let's get this whiskey. There's John saying, hello everyone, sure this painting need be extra, you do it total, Michael, beautiful. I appreciate that, John. Just still trucking. Oh my goodness. Nom, 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 nom. Well, let's look at these chips. Maybe it's time to paint some chips. So it's much easier to paint over top of the white. Or it's not easier, in some ways it's harder because you got to get the whole white, but it's better to paint them white and then to paint them red or blue. Otherwise they're going to be maybe really, really dark on that the green table. So I mean on camera they look pretty, bright enough, but they're pretty dark in person here. I mean, I can see them, but if they were any darker, I wouldn't be able to see them. White and cold blue. do here? Do I really want to paint that? Or what if I put a whole bunch of chips there instead? Or something, I don't know. What can I... This glass here, that's... Let's think about it while I push on here. want to do another glass. Or do I just want to turn this into a giant stack of chips? Like, that would be a lot of chips. I don't have to mix this green again. I find that that could be difficult to get that again. So much easier if I just turn this into the table. Okay, let's see if I can mix that table again. That's almost impossible, but... should just blow dry that, jeez. So I've just been I added an extra set of or an extra card to each hand here because this guy's got 4 in his hand. These other guys had 3. Which I think is like how the original looked. Or was, but there were also lots more cards scattered all over the place, so that feels better. Okay, okay, getting close, Michael. I mean, everyone's wearing glasses too, right? Do I want glasses on these fellas? And glasses might be nice. Goodness. hand's gonna fall off here. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, I like how this is turning out. That's a good thing, you know. You wouldn't want to be painting on something for this long and not be happy with how it's turning out, so... I mean, if this wasn't going my way, I would have kind of stopped a while ago. But it's one of those things as you're working on a... Oh, of course it's not on camera. You're working on a painting and, you know, it's kind of evolving kind of the way you want. You're like, well, let's just keep going and see where it takes us. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm making this painting. If you had asked me a decade ago whether I'd be in my basement making this painting, I would have thought you were crazy. Do I need to do the glasses? The glasses are fairly subtle. I mean, I could. There's nothing. I'm just. Does it merit it? Does it need it? Does it want it? I don't know. I think I'm going to do a little bit more glazing with black. Where's that small brush? Okay. Oh, it's dried up. Darn it. Let's get a different one then. Okay. So, what I want to do next is... in fact, let me blow dry all of this here. I need more glazing fluid to dilute that. Hmm. Well, let's blow dry that. Okay. I don't know. I think I've got to move on with my life here. Okay. So let's take a look at how these two paintings stack up side by side. It's been almost, what, 7 hours since I began. So I think I've reached my limit here, and I feel pretty good about how things turned out. So if you've enjoyed today's episode, please consider liking this episode, subscribe to the channel, hitting the notification bell so that we know that you enjoyed it, right? If you don't, then you don't have to do anything. I don't know why you're still watching. But if you also want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1, that would be super helpful. It keeps the show going. That's how I bought the tea that I drank, that I finished 4 hours ago. If you can use PayPal. Super Chat works, but they take 40% of whatever you donate. So probably your best bet is an e-transfer via email. My email's on my website and on the Facebook group. And speaking of the Facebook group, join the Facebook group. This is the guy who did the music for today's episode. We talked about that earlier. Join the Facebook group, take a photograph, upload it here once a month. I go through all the work that's on there and give some free feedback. That's one of the most popular things I do. And so if you want to participate in that, there's your chance. You don't even have to be painting what I'm painting. It could be something of your own interest. I mean, after all, I think that's what we ultimately all want to be doing. So let's take a look and see how they did side by side. Considering how long I spent on this, it's okay. It's good. I'm happy with it. I'm probably happier as time goes on. Oh, I just noticed like probably could have put some little bit of shade on there, but you know what? I think my brain is officially tapped out, and I'm just gonna leave it like that. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, one of these days I feel like I'm gonna go back and touch up some of these here. So where should we go? Let's go to top left. Go to top left here. Now, it's focused. So, obviously, there's a few things that are a little bit different. As I look at it here, again, it's important to remember that I've upped the red about 10% on the camera. So, things look a little bit more red on camera than they do in person. I think actually I'm pretty close in person. Maybe it could have been a little bit more blue instead of, it looks a little bit more on the greenish side. I mean, you can see I got it pretty close here on the top of the lampshade. This curtain also looks a little bit more reddish than the one in the original Coolidge painting, which, has a bit more of a yellowy gray quality. But I'm happy with the way it looks on my painting. Same thing with the chair, has also got a little bit more of that yellowish green. And I did I mixed that. That was one of the last things I did on the chair itself, is apply that same color there. So I probably could have used that entire color and then started to kind of put some of the texture on there. The button, again, I think this, the buttons are, I could have put a little highlight on the button, but I think that's okay as it is. Let's just, we'll talk about the dogs last there. There's some texture on the chair that I didn't do. The serving dish with all the matches and cigars. As I was painting it, I'm thinking, I don't know how much booze and cigars and cigarettes I want all these guys smoking, because I got a 3-year-old daughter who loves looking closely at these paintings. So I'm like, yeah, well, this will be a really fancy milk bottle, and there's some orange juice, right? Again, this is, if I had more time, I would touch this up and put the shadow on here that's missing. I don't mind it quite like that. Maybe it looks a little bit like it's floating in front. If I darkened that down, that would help, but for a different episode. Okay, let's just look at the far right side now. Thanks. Just Common Art says it looks beautiful. Jackie Jackie says it looks great. And Gase says, thank you, man, for this live. I thank you so much for saying so. I appreciate that. I think that's okay. I mean, if anything, it looks like it's still it could go much darker on camera, but in person, that's pretty dark. Like, it's almost indistinguishable, where the body ends, but because also the brightness is pumped up a little bit on camera. Let's go up here. So we've got this painting on the wall. That's pretty good. One of the last things I did was just to give it a little bit of shadow that's, or not shadow, but I guess just lack of light that is being cast by the lamp. Just darken the top of that down. I made a decision with this bookshelf back here, just to really simplify it. And also you could see I eliminated the spritzer bottle, and there's a little bottle or glass of whiskey there, and this little purse. I took all those things away relatively recently, within the last hour, just because I was like, oh, there's just too much here. Let's just wrap it up. The lamp up top, I think, turned out pretty good. Obviously there's the pattern on there, which I eliminated. Now let's look at the dogs themselves. obviously their expressions are different, and I said that, early on. I can't remember who was saying that. I'm gonna feel like they're all gonna be. It's gonna be too hard to get their expressions, and I said, you know what, mine are gonna be off too. Especially when we're painting at this scale. 9 by 12 is a small canvas. I mean, like, they're just a little bit bigger than my thumbnail, these faces, right? So there's only so much detail that at least I'm capable of getting. I know there's people who do miniature painting and this is no problem for them. Different, almost completely different, there's no likeness really at all. Maybe a little bit with this guy, not really at all. I did the eyes totally differently. This dog also, her ears are kind of perked up a little bit, whereas mine, they're kind of laying a little bit flat, and maybe that could mean something, right? The fact that they're not wearing their glasses makes them look a little bit younger, maybe a little bit less, like a bunch of old world bankers kind of thing, and just a bunch of guys sitting around playing poker. These chairs, that could have been darker, but it's not. Again, it looks maybe darker or lighter on camera than it actually is. I'm happy with the way that turned out. I'm actually pleasantly surprised at how well I was able to match that color. It's not exactly the same, but close enough that I was able to get rid of a bunch of those details that I wanted to omit there. And then that dog, yeah, it's good. It's it's hard doing all this detail, especially at that size. These little brushes, like all the fur on these dogs. Not the happiest with the way they turned out, but I'm also not, gonna be too worked up about it either. I think it's about as good as I could do. Excuse me, it's about as good as I can do given the time constraints and scale. And, you might say, well, you spent 8 hours. I started at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it's now 11 o'clock, so 8 hours ago. So you might say, well, that's what you could do in 8 hours? Well, it's probably he would have spent maybe weeks working on this painting, and for me to get anywhere in the vicinity in this amount of time is I feel pretty good about that. And one of the other things too is that if one was spending more time on it, then we might spend like a day just getting that as perfect as we want. We might spend a day doing all the details and patterns on here. We might spend, a day on each of these dogs and really nailing that. So, it's, all considering, not bad. I probably would have wanted to go in here and maybe get a little bit of the wrinkles of the tablecloth in there. Highlights on these buttons. I think that's good enough. Okay. Oh my goodness, my feet, back, everything's sore. It's time to relax and go to sleep and start it all again tomorrow. There's Jackie says, I love all the detail you were able to add. I always learned so much from you. Thank you so much, Jackie. That's so sweet of you. And Lolly, amazing job, Michael. Thanks so much for all the time and effort you put into making these streams for us. That's so sweet. My goodness, what time is it over there, Lolly? You either just waking up or haven't slept at all. Either way, I think it's time for all of us to take a break. I can't wait to see what you've done today. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to watch and hopefully paint along. I hope that whatever you create ends up on the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your achievement. Have a great night, everybody. We will see you again next week. Bye-bye.